the better ones. So if you unscrew the bottom, don't unscrew it all the way, just so it's loose. The top part kind of falls down. It's a tight squeeze, and be careful you don't stab yourself. With the top part loose and down, you'll see that your top is kind of wobbly in there. Stick your needle in. You might have to turn it around and just push it so that it's all the way in. And then
we use the straight one or the curved one, Tracy?
use the straight one.
Okay.
It's a big needle. And then screw it to the right. The top part here, the little top part, just screw that until it's tight. That holds your needle in place.
Are we using a big needle? Because I got a different one from Supplies for the Soul. So I have a big and a small. So I'm assuming I'm using the big one, the big needle.
Yes. Okay.
Because this is the one that I have.
Yeah, those are good ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yours is just a screw on the top. You push it in and tighten it. I'll go over this again with anybody that comes in late, but the first thing we're going to do is start sewing our soles on. The back of it is glued right up the heel, but your thread, your sinew that was in your package, if I can find the end of mine. Might have to, oh, there it is. Mine is, some of it is red, some of it is yellow, some of it is kind of a clear color, and some of it is a dark brown. I know that the red and the yellow was fairly thick. You can separate that. I think there's, what, how many strands are in the yellow? Three? Okay, just use 2 strands, separate it. And you will need, to do one sole, you need 2 arms lengths. 2 of them. So yeah, if you have the colored sinew, yeah, separate it into 2 strands. I have the dark in my kit. It's fairly thin already. I'm just going to use it as it is. And I'll tell you that if you use the whole sinew, that thick yellow, it's harder to push through and it's harder to pull out. So 2 big long lengths. You can thread your needle. My dark one is real sticky, real full of wax. Bring your needle halfway. So I've threaded mine. My thread is half and half.
I can't even get the needle in there.
Just take a knife, a butter knife, or
Yeah, because it doesn't want to open.
where's your screw cap?
At the right here.
Okay. So just take a screwdriver and kind of just gently pry those prongs. There's 4 little prongs in there. Just gently pry them open. Stick your needle in and then don't push with your hand. Just turn it upside down and push your needle in on something hard. Don't try and push that with your hand. It'll go right through your hand. And then put your cap back on and screw it down tight. Sometimes when they come from the factory, they're really
Okay, what's he doing if he doesn't have an awl?
who doesn't have an awl?
Adam.
He can use mine. Because I know.
Okay,
really
and I'm
well.
going to run up to my place because I think
So
I
put in
took
here.
my awl out of my package. I'll be back. It's Mabel.
Okay. You definitely need an awl. There's no other way of sewing that rubber on without an awl. What you can do is, after like somebody has done theirs, they might lend you an awl and you can just go back and look at the recording and kind of catch up for the next class. But you definitely need an awl.
So Tracy,
Yes.
mine came with like the insert as well. Do I have to actually use this?
No,
Okay.
no, don't use it. Put it aside.
Hands, please. Okay. So I just take it out, close it, just have it ready.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm using the bigger needle because it came with 2 needles, a large one and like a small one.
Are they both straight?
One is straight and one has like a
A curve?
curve.
Use a straight one.
Okay.
You can use the curved one, but use the straight one. It's easier.
Okay. And Sally, I use my pliers to push it in. I have the same one as you.
Yeah. Did you got it in, Sally?
Yeah, but it's not like staying in there.
You got to put your cap back on.
Okay, do I thread it first, then put the cap on?
No, put the cap back on and tighten it down.
Okay,
Tracy, we were a little bit late. So this is what we have. I just took this off of here and this. So how do we start here?
Okay. Unscrew that top. There's a
Yeah,
top at the base of the needle. Yeah, unscrew it. Okay, good. Put your needle in. Be very careful that you don't stab yourself. Put your
Yeah.
cap back on.
okay.
Screw it down tight. That's what that little wrench is for.
Okay.
Screw it in really good and tight.
That's a big one then.
Okay.
What color sinew is in your package?
Black.
No, in your package, in your kit.
Oh,
Don't, yeah.
well, Adam has red.
He's going to.
Okay.
He's gonna use it first because I've done more classes with you, so I'm gonna let him go and then I'll look at the video after. So he's got
Okay.
red.
Okay. The red is kind of thick.
Yeah.
You can separate it.
Okay.
First of all, take 2 lengths, 2 of them like this, really long. And then separate to 2 strands. I think there's 3 in the red. Separate that into 2 strands.
Yeah, no, you have to use this one. He'll be waiting. Well, skip it.
Okay, so 1, 2. Okay. And then separate it.
Do we need to use the sinew that's in the bag?
If you have sinew of your own that you would prefer to use, sure, go ahead, use your own.
Okay, thank you.
Hang on, that's what I'm gonna ask right now. Okay, this one piece is maybe one more length or half a length, I guess, like,
That's left over?
yeah, so should I just leave it into
Um,
one and then just separate the two?
No, fold it in half, cut it in half,
Okay, okay,
That's what I'm doing.
cut it in
Okay.
half, and then separate it.
okay.
How long of a tail do we leave when we thread through?
When you thread your thing, you're gonna pull your needle to halfway. Like pull so that your two ends,
How about your
it's
seat?
at half.
Okay.
My needle is right halfway in my thread.
Okay, so you want it like doubled then? Okay, got it.
Oh, this is it. Then you unscrew that bobbin out of there then, the thread that's there already?
We're not using the bobbins in those awls. If you want to take it off of there, go ahead, take it off.
Oh,
We're not
okay.
using them.
But
No,
if not, just thread it?
yeah, just thread it.
Oh, okay.
And tie it off, obviously, right?
No, don't tie it off. No.
Okay.
Mm.
So, and then you said put it in half.
Halfway, yep.
Okay.
So I'm going to just give you a little rundown here. I'm going to show you something. So we are doing high top moccasins. These are high top moccasins. This is what you will be making. At any time, if you're confused as to what we're putting together, just ask me and I'll show you the moccasin again, just so you can get an idea of what goes where. You see the stitching on there? What we're going to be doing with the awl is it's the same thing as what a sewing machine does, is what you're going to be doing with your awl. So keep that in mind as we sew. We're going to start at the top corner. If you're left-handed, you can start on the other side. If you're right-handed, start on the left side. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. Keep in mind that your hands are going to act like the sewing machine. So wherever you put your needle in, you're determining how far your stitches are, how big they are, and if you follow the edge, not close, but not too far in either. So I would say that that's about 1/8 of an inch from the edge. And my stitch length is probably about 1/2 inch. Each of those stitches is about 1/2 inch. If you make your stitches too small, they will rip through the rubber because you're perforating that rubber, right? So if your stitches are too close together, you're going to perforate that rubber and it'll rip at your seam. So you don't want too small of stitches, but you don't want them really big either. So take your time. The other thing is, when I started this, I stabbed myself in the hand pretty good. So you have to be very, very, very careful. You have to know where that needle is being pushed through. I've also stabbed myself in the leg really good. So be careful that you're not pushing it through onto your lap. Because sometimes when you're pushing really hard and then all of a sudden it lets go and it just, so just be mindful that it is a big, sharp needle. It hurts. But those are the lengths. So we're going to start, it's 20 after 10. We're going to start in the upper left-hand corner. Put your needle through. Oh, my camera. Put your needle through. This, it doesn't matter. This next step doesn't matter, but you're going to pull one side of the sinew. You're going to pull it right through. But you'll notice that there's a groove on one side of your needle and it's rounded on the other side. Just take note of which side you pulled it through, just so it'll be helpful in the next steps. So you're going to pull one strand all the way through. So now your thread is halfway. Pull your needle back out. Look at my wax. Pull your needle back out. So your thread now is that's halfway in my rubber. That's about where, I don't know if you can see that. Paige, can you keep me on the big screen?
Yep, I have you on the big screen.
Okay, because we're okay.
What I'm gonna do, I'll make you. Stop.
Everyone can pin Tracey too, eh?
Oh, you're good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Now I can see what I'm doing. So my thread is halfway. One strand on one side, one strand on the other side. My needle is on the outside. So this
So
now,
halfway of where it would have been like on the needle?
yes.
Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yes. So right now, your inside thread is going to act like your bobbin thread. Your outside thread is going to act like your top thread on your sewing machine.
I missed that first part. So when you push it all the way through,
When you push it all the way through,
yeah,
you're going to take one strand and
Yeah.
pull that out
got that?
all the way through.
Okay.
So right,
Push it in.
you're going to end up like this. That's halfway on my thread. And I got one thread on one side and one thread on the other side.
No, on the rubber, but down a little bit, but more closer. See how you got a seam here? So like right about, yeah, watch your finger.
Please be careful. I don't want nobody to stab themselves with those needles. All right, now, if you've, I'm sure everybody has seen a sewing machine seam where it looks like the bottom thread is straight and the top thread is, it goes in and out and in and out. I want you to pull back on the outside, pull back about 10 inches. You want your top thread a little bit longer than your bobbin thread, your bottom thread. So I usually pull it back about 10 inches. That's the one on the outside is a little bit, it's going to be 10 inches longer. So we're going to start to sew. You're going to go in however long you want your stitches. Mine are about 1/2 inch and about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. Push your needle in. But when you push your needle in, how am I going to explain this? Oh, Zoom is just so confusing. my in thread is going in here and it's coming out over here. You need to be mindful of that. See how it's going in? So when I push that through, and if you just pull back on your needle a little bit, you can see how it made if you pull back on your needle, your thread should pop up, but it needs to pop up on that side, on this side of your needle. It needs to pop up. See how it popped up? You can pull it up. Sometimes there's lots of wax, but you need that loop in your needle, and you're going to take this thread, their bobbin thread, and you're going to thread it through that loop, all of it. Pull it all the way through. You ladies probably know how a sewing machine works. This is how a sewing machine works. Your bobbin thread goes through, and if you pull your needle back out, it should be like that. And I want you to pull, you can actually see my bobbin thread sticking up? Pull that back down to the bottom. You don't want that on top. You want that at the bottom. Oh, it's hard to see because it's dirty, that wax.
So
there's
does it look like it has a little knot on the inside?
Yes, it's a little loop. You can see that little loop on the inside.
Okay, I just want to make sure I did that right. Okay.
So I'm just going to show you again. So I'm going to do my next stitch. I'm going to show you what happens if you thread on the wrong side of the needle after you push it through. So I'm pushing that through and I pull back. Say I think that that's the way it should be. I'm just going to show you what it's going to do if you thread the wrong side. And if I pull that through like that, and I pull my needle back out, see what happens? My needle is on the wrong side of the thread. So you have to thread the right side of the needle. So if this happens, it's very easy. You just undo it. Pull your bobbin thread back out. So when you're pushing your needle through, and you just pull back on it, oh, I gotta turn I'm going to turn my needle around because every time I push it through, my thread sits in that little groove and I can't grab it. So I'm going to turn my needle around. So if you're finding that the needle is sitting in the groove, just take your needle off and thread it the other way. So there, I push through, pull back. There's the top of my thread. So when I push it through, I know that this is the right side because I watched it go through. I'm going to thread that loop. Hang on to this thread, pull that back out, give that a tighten. Not too tight because what ends up happening is your sole ends up going like a bowl. You want it good and snug, and you want your bobbin thread, your top thread, sorry, the little loops, you can see them on the inside and you can't see them on the outside. That's
Yeah,
a nice.
I'm just, I had to take it apart. Tracy, I'm watching now.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if I'm doing it right.
Okay, hang on.
Because I have my needle and I've got my bobbin thread through.
Okay. What I'm going to do is on my my other one. I'm going to show you again how to start. Get my
Great.
thread. Oh. So I'm threading my needle sinew halfway. You want it halfway to start so that you know. I'm right-handed, so I'm going to start on the left side, an
Yep.
eighth of an inch away from the edge.
Yep.
Push your needle right through, and you're just going
Okay,
to
just give me a
grab, you're going to grab one side of your thread and pull it right through all of it. Halfway, that half is going to get pulled right through. So right now, my thread is, that's
Just give me
halfway.
a second. Okay. Okay. I've got the bobbin one pulled through, and you said pull it back
Pull it back
about
out
10 inches.
10 inches. About like that, 10 inches, 12 inches, not more than that. Because you want your
Okay.
your outside thread longer. Okay, so your stitches are about ½ inch long
Yep.
and an eighth of an inch away from the edge. Push through.
Okay.
If you pull back on your needle, you want to create a loop on one side of your awl.
Okay.
With your bobbin thread, you're going to thread that through the loop, all of it, pull it all the way through.
Okay.
Pull your needle back out.
It looks like a knot.
It looks like a knot.
Yeah, like the loop is on the outside. Is
Okay,
that the way it's supposed to
no, undo it. Undo it, start again.
undo everything? Okay.
Start again, do it again.
Okay.
When you push your needle, I'll wait for you, Sally.
Okay.
Tell me when you get your 10 inches pulled.
Give me a second here, trying to thread it.
Sure, yeah.
Try the other end.
Tell me when you get your thread through and your 10 inches pulled back.
Okay.
Is everyone else motoring along here, sewing along? You got it?
No, I'm right with Sally. I had to pull mine through the first time, so I'm just waiting.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. A second. It doesn't matter which
Sure.
side, like the top of the needle? No? To pull it.
I'm gonna say for you, let's see here, if we pull that, you know, the rounded side of your needle, your needle has a rounded side and it has a groove.
Yep.
Pull the thread on the rounded side. It'll just make it easier so we can avoid that later.
Okay. All right. Okay. I've got the 10 inches out and yeah.
Okay,
So-
so push your needle through. Your stitches are approximately 1/2 inch long, 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. If you pull back on your needle, on the rounded top of your needle, that's the side
Yes.
where you need the loop. That's the side where you need your loop. See, my loop is standing up in there. That's on the rounded side of my needle. Thread that
Okay.
all the way through with your inside thread, your bobbin thread, so to speak.
Through the out, so around.
Just go through the sinew.
Okay.
Pull that back out. Should look like this.
See, mine's still looking like that there's like a knot at the top here. See, there's a loop.
Hang on, I gotta go closer. Show me again, Sally. I can't really see. Paige, can you bring that up for me? I want to see why she's got a knot there. Pull your bobbin thread on the inside of your moccasin. Pull it. Yep, pull it.
Okay. Because yeah, the knot part was coming up at the top.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it now. Thank
Okay.
you.
We weren't pulling enough on the inside.
Pardon me?
That it sounds we weren't pulling strong enough on the inside to make sure the knot stayed on the inside.
Yeah. When you're sewing that, when I pull my needle back out, sorry, I do things without really explaining or saying. So you have to be mindful of what loop you're putting that through. It has to be on that side. So if I thread that loop, and I pull my needle back through. See, I grabbed my thread. I grabbed my bobbin thread so it doesn't pull through. I don't even think about it anymore. But I grabbed hold of my bobbin thread, so I'm pulling my needle out. And then I'm pulling this tight. But I'm also kind of like a little tug of war so that I get my two threads right where I want them to sit. So I want to be able to see, so you can see the little loops from my top thread are on the inside. And on the outside, it just looks like a running stitch. There's no loops showing, because how you achieve that is you pull your bobbin and your top thread until they place properly.
I just noticed that one of my knots look like it's on the outside, like 2 stitches back. I didn't notice while I was there.
If you can just go back and just pull the bobbin thread a little tighter on the bobbin, it should pull it back to the inside.
Yeah, because it's like 2 stitches back.
Yeah.
And I'm right at the heel, so it's getting hard.
Right at the corner there where it turns?
Yeah, I'm right at the heel.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I got it through.
Oh,
Cool.
So
Thank you.
I have a customer in the driveway. I just have to go and give them their stuff. So I'll just be gone for a minute. But is everybody okay now? You're sewing along, everything's fine? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be back in like 1 minute. Sorry about that. I got customers looking for hide. I guess everybody's going to be wanting to sew during the lockdowns. So how's everybody doing? Okay? Everything's working out? If you have any questions, just shoot. My needle came off. I'm gonna get a pliers. Tighten that. Tighten my needle.
This is pretty cool. I never really I knew how a sewing machine worked, but I didn't. Doing it myself is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's like time consuming, but yeah.
It is, but with practice, it goes a lot faster when you.
I'd be too scared to do it on the leg. I didn't even start sewing yet and I already poked my pinky. So that was at the beginning setting up. So I wouldn't even trust putting it on my leg. Oh.
I sew everything on my lap. I find it easier on my back than sewing on a table. Your crepe soles I used contact cement to glue your crepe soles in case anybody's wondering. I put the foot part, the sole part, I glue that first. You have to draw a thin line so that you know where to put, because your contact cement, you have to put it on the leather and then you have to put it on the crepe. You have to let it dry and do another coat. You put it on there. You have to position it because you cannot reposition that. Once it sticks, it sticks. And then I pile them all up and I put weight on them for 24 hours. And then I go back. You'll notice that your heel is not sewn. It's glued with contact cement. I glue up the heel, let it dry, and stick it. And then I go back and I do my lines here and I put glue and then I stick it up and then I press it. So yeah, it was a big, it's a big process just to put that crepe on there. I do it because contact cement, it's very toxic. I wear a mask. I do it inside here, but I have to open up all my windows, all my doors. Once you get around this little corner here, the heel part, sewing around the sole goes pretty quick. I also want to mention, you know, when you are pushing that needle through with that sinew, your sinew will begin to dry out, the wax will begin to dry out, and you'll notice that your sinew is starting to fray. Before it gets to that point, I have my wax, I have beeswax under heat, under a lamp. I'll just show you. See my beeswax? I put it under a lamp to soften it while I'm sewing. So if your sinew gets all fray, and just take your beeswax and run it over your thread, put some more wax on it just to keep it nice. I find too, if you keep your threads short when you're sewing, here, I'll show you what I mean. See, I just pulled my needle. My needle is sitting fairly close, and I pull my thread. Like, I don't let my needle slide up and down my thread because I don't want it to get all fray. And so I keep my top thread short. I've been looking on Amazon for a camera holder that does from the top. I think it would be better if I had my camera above, because right now all you see is my heel.
You can get one of those head things. So when
Oh,
you're
yeah.
looking down, it's actually like what you're seeing. That'd be cool. Like how you have
Yeah.
a GoPro set up or something, you know?
Yeah, I'm looking at different ones. It's so hard to see what you're getting when you're looking online. The trick to this is to make sure that you're threading the right side of that needle every time.
Without stabbing yourself.
Yes, without stabbing yourself. I used to sew my heel up here and sew it across there and then glue it. And I found that it was too bulky here. And then I started sewing it on the outside because it would be covered. And my son said, Mom, why are you doing that? He says, if you sew it here and you sew it there, he said, there's no stress. He says, that's never going to come apart. So that's, yeah, when you sew it up here and you sew it here, there's no pull. So this is contact cemented down. In case you're wondering, the heel is done for you. It doesn't need any further sewing. If there are, give myself a little plug here. If there are people that do sewing on a regular basis and you're looking for hide or furs, I do sell stuff contactless pickup. I had people out there looking in the box for their stuff and they were grabbing the wrong stuff, but yeah, just message me. I put it outside in the box. You prepay and you pick it up. I don't have a lot of stuff, not like supplies for the sole, but I do sell lining, Sherpa lining, beaver. I have muskrat, otter, black beaver. I have 5.5 ounce hide, little deer hides.
Gwen, are you there?
I'm here, Paige. Did you want something?
I was just sending you a message. Like,
Oh,
hear me. So what kind of hide should we use for that, for those baby moccasins?
probably moose or elk if you could get.
I'll just buy it from Tracey.
Yeah.
Okay. How much do you think I need? Just one big piece, eh?
Yeah, one big piece will be fine.
Just tiny. Okay. Okay. Tracey, I'll come and buy some hide off you after for little baby moccasins.
All right.
Just made a sale.
Do you have elk hide?
No,
No? Okay.
no, I don't. I have moose, cowhide. Yes, I have buffalo. I have deer. I have goat. I have goat hide. I love the goat hide. It's so soft and silky, and it's not real thin, but it's like deer hide.
Hmm.
I love goat.
Okay, I'll message you later. Hey.
Sure. I had a class with Winaway last 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. So I take my kid out and I start talking about all the different pieces for these mitts and start sewing and telling them, oh, this goes there and that goes there. And oh, geez, I don't know how long I was, probably 45 minutes. I was really sewing away on my mitts. And then one lady pipes up and she says, I don't have none of them kind of pieces. She says she's from Winaway, a real thick native accent. I don't have none of them pieces, she says to me. I said, oh no, let me see. Let me see what's in your kit. Here they were all sitting there looking at their moccasin kits, and I was doing mitts. Oh my God. And I almost did the same thing this morning. I don't know why I was thinking you guys were doing Cree moccasin. Pulled out my Cree moccasin kit here. I was all set to do that.
That must be a sign, Paige.
Good one, Andy. Who knows? Maybe we'll just be all decked out there.
What's a Cree moccasin?
cream moccasin is, I don't have any here, but I'll just show you. Cream moccasin just got a leather sole. I put on the leather sole and it's puckered from the inside.
Oh.
Puckered from the inside, and then there's just beaver fur around the ankle. But on my cream moccasins, I show everybody how to put in the floss, the twisted floss, instead of
right. Very nice. Yeah, what Mabel said. For Paige.
Well, Paige always says that. It must be a sign.
Cream moccasins.
Can I see the cream oxen again? Those are nice. I like those.
Yeah, the reason why I started with the cream moccasin, people think that these puckers are just pushed and whip stitched, like gathered. It's an actual pucker. It's an actual pucker. The original cream moccasins. Somewhere along the line, they went to just like a gather. This is a very old style. My mom learned this from a Cree woman from Moose Factory when she was very young. And she showed me, my mom showed me, and she also showed me how to do the twisted floss. They used to do that a long time ago.
Brennan's auntie, she makes those like that exact same kind with that twisted floss. And I always wondered how they did that because I try to look and I'm like, do you do that after you pucker? But it's all part of together, you're saying. Like
No,
you
no, you pucker them on the inside and you turn them inside out, and then you apply the floss on top in that sewing ditch, that little space.
Oh my gosh.
Your floss is twisted and sewn.
Oh my God.
gets a little bit cumbersome when you get around this heel. So be careful, nobody stabs themselves.
Tracy,
Yes,
my sinew broke.
that's okay.
Okay, it broke right off at the very short. I have one long piece on the inside of my mukluk.
Okay,
Broken piece. It broke right off on the outside.
okay. So what I want you to do
Mm-hmm.
is I want you to pull your outside thread that broke, pull that back on the inside. And you want about an inch, maybe 2 inches of tail on the inside. So pull it back
Okay.
out. And wherever you end up, I want you to stick your needle back through here.
Okay.
And I want you to thread your bobbin thread and pull it through the other side. And then you're just going to take a piece of thread with 2-inch tail,
Okay.
and you're going to lay it on the inside in your first stitch, and you're going to sew along. But with the first 3 or 4 stitches, you take those 2 tails and you put them on the inside, and you're going to sew over them with your awl. You know, when you how do I explain that? Yeah, they're just basically your tails are just going to be under these threads is what you're going to do.
Lay it down and pin
Yeah.
them
You don't have to pin them. You're just going to lay them
Oh, I know.
down so that they're,
with my stitches.
yeah, they're inside your, like, kind of in your stitches.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Just because sinew doesn't knot very well.
No.
When you pull on it, the knots always slip out. And you don't want a knot here where your foot is. So I just leave those tails and I just kind of incorporate them inside.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
This is funny.
Yes, I think so. I'm just going back now. I'm gonna start ripping my stitches back. And then I'll lay it down on the inside.
Okay.
Thank you.
See what I was saying about pulling that back 10 inches? Could have even pulled it back maybe 12 or 15. This is my bobbin thread. See how long it is? There's my top thread. I'm going to make it to the end, but there's always ways around that. If your top thread ends up being too short near the end, you're going to do the same as what I just explained about a broken thread, is you're just going to swap your 2 threads. Put your needle in, you pull your top thread through the bottom, you thread your bobbin thread, pull that back out. So you're swapping the 2 so that you end up with a longer thread on top and the shorter one on the bottom. Is there anyone who has done the first moccasin? No?
I'm just getting around the first heel.
Oh. Okay. I'm going to take a little break. I'm done. I'm done my first one, so I'm going to take a little break and then I will come back. Oh, needle fell off again. But there's mine.
So we don't go across the top.
No, you don't have to go across the top because we're going to
Oh, okay.
stitch down across here, so there's no need to go across the top.
Okay.
So I'm going to take just a little quick smoke break and I'll be right back. Hopefully a few of you will be ready to start on the other one. So how's everybody making out? Is there anybody that's started on their second one?
I'm pretty close. I'm coming up to
Okay.
the heel.
Okay, good, good.
Is there a certain way that you end it at the end of the heel?
No. No. There's my 2 threads. I just leave them in there like that. But I leave long tails on them. Just cut them off there, the 2 on the inside. When we go to put our ankle part on, I just pick it up and I sew it in with my ankle part just to hold them.
Okay, because my string is on the outside. How do I put it back?
Your last stitch, just push it in and pull the thread out. You know where you made that loop?
Yeah.
Pull that side right through and then pull your needle out.
Okay, so do I just put it back through the same hole because my last stitch is already on?
Yes, just go back in the same hole.
Okay, thank you.
I found these awls on Amazon. They were a little bit, they were a lot cheaper than the big wooden handled ones. The big wooden handled ones sell for about 30 bucks, I guess. And I was trying to keep the expense down because I don't know if anybody would use these again for something. But yeah, my needle keeps falling out. It's good enough for what we're doing, I guess. I have a timeline for these moccasins. We have class today and tomorrow, and then again on the 1st and 2nd.
The first and second is for the Mukluks, right?
Well, the Mukluks and these can be done at the same time.
Right. I think I have people here with Mukluks today too. Yeah.
Yes, yes. There, it's basically going to be the same, except for there's going to be a little section where I'm going to instruct on putting the legs pieces together for the Mukluks. I'm going to kind of incorporate the two, so if everybody can be present for all of the classes, but I do have a timeline. This morning is to get the stitching done on these crepe soles, and then we'll take like a quick lunch, quick break to have something to eat at lunch. And then when we come back, we will be cutting our embroidery out, and we'll be starting on the puckering of the vamps. And that will take us right to 3 o'clock. So you will have this evening to try and get your puckering done.
So do you want those who are in the Mukluks workshop to be here tomorrow? Because I didn't think that we were supposed to be here tomorrow.
Yes. Yes. But if you can't, that's okay because it's being recorded. Paige will have it up on YouTube at some point, and you will have 2 weeks to review the recording and get caught up for the 1st of April.
May.
May. I don't know what day it is.
So tomorrow we should be done all of the soles, like sewing the soles together for sure.
For sure, yes.
And the puckering, or that's what we're working on tomorrow?
No, the puckering, we're going to start the puckering, cutting out and starting the puckering by the time we're done today. Tomorrow is going to be review all of the puckering and the sewing of the flap over.
Okay.
And then it gives you 2 weeks if you haven't done both of your moccasins for the puckering and sewing the flaps over. You'll have 2 full weeks to get caught up.
But people with moccasins should be done by tomorrow. Right?
Done their moccasins?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it was 3 days for moccasins?
No, I scheduled 2 weekends.
Yeah.
20 hours, so that's 5 hours today, 5 hours tomorrow, and then another weekend of 5 hours and 5 hours. But I'm kind of incorporating the Mukluks in with that. That's why the extra hours.
Ew.
Did you want to just do moccasins this weekend and then Mukluks the following weekend?
Well, I think it depends on the people who are doing the Mukluks, what they want to do.
Or
Because I know some have to get childcare and stuff like that. So I'm not,
okay,
I'd have to see what they say.
okay. Well, you let me know how you want to work it.
Hello?
Hello?
I'm done one.
Okay,
I'm right at the end there now.
okay.
Do you tighten that up or just leave it like that or?
With your needle, you're going to push it through at the very end,
Yeah,
and the loop that you were going through, just pull that whole string right through on the inside of your moccasin
yeah,
and
okay.
cut it. Leave about 4 inches hanging
Yeah,
on both threads. Just leave that 4 inches, like, just leave it like that for now. We'll deal with that later.
okay. Huh, I did one.
Very good.
My first time.
And how does it look? Are you happy with that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, good.
I followed what you said there. I think I did good.
Good.
I caught on right away. So there. Take it in. Right on. Oh, that's not bad. Almost like a professional, like I knew what I was doing. Oh. It's not bad once you start. I think maybe.
It doesn't take that long. Once you get on a roll and you know what side to thread, it doesn't take that long.
Yeah. Once you start going, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I need water. It's a flavor.
I used to sew so much of this like this.
Yeah.
That I developed 1 year. I developed tennis elbow
Oh, really?
from that pushing and pulling constantly, and oh my God, I thought, oh no, I can't do too much of that. And I taught my son how to do this, so he used to do it for me, and he was really fast and he was really good. But it's easier for men because
Oh,
women don't have those muscles in their arm, their elbow, like men do. So
okay,
it's not,
when I started from the outside or the inside.
you start from the outside.
Okay. Because I'm on my second one.
Okay. So when you're starting, it's the same thing as, I'll just refresh this. Put your needle in 1/8 of an inch right at the top corner. Put your needle in and pull
1/2. Okay.
1/2 all the way through. And then once you get that halfway in there, I want you to pull back about 12 inches. So your outside thread is 12 inches longer than your inside thread, approximately. And then you just go from there. To the person that broke your thread, did everything work out okay?
Yeah, I got it worked out.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
Holy man. Can't even do it.
Okay. How do you end it off?
The last stitch, you just push your needle through,
Yeah.
and you know that loop that you were sewing through?
Yep.
Pull that thread all the way out. Pull it through
Oh.
to the inside.
So I'm not making a loop.
You're not making a loop, but you're pulling that loop. Pull it out, pull all the thread out, and pull your needle back out.
Gotcha.
So you should end up with your 2 threads on the inside. Cut them
Okay.
off at about 4 inches and leave it.
Okay.
Ow. Stop it. Yeah. Were you doing this for a long time?
I learned to sew from my mother. I started sewing when I was about 5 years old. They made my first pair of mitts when I was 5.
Really?
My mom, Ruth Cucci, used to teach. She used to teach up at Canadore Crafts.
Oh,
She
yeah.
taught a lot of people how to sew.
Well, I'm 55 and I'm making my first pair and I'm sewing.
What's taking me so long, Tracy, is when you when you push through and then try and grab that loop. I don't know if I'm doing it wrong or, okay, I'm watching you right now.
Is the loop, if you pull back on your needle, it loosens that thread.
Okay, that's what's taking me so long then, because I'm not pulling it back and I'm having to try and grab it off the needle.
Yeah, see, it's tight on my needle. If you just pull back on your needle, see how the
Okay.
thread comes loose?
And then you thread through how again?
I thread through the loop.
Okay,
I just fold my thread like this and
okay.
stick it through the loop and then pull it all.
And then you pull together.
Yeah, instead of trying to find the end, you know,
Yeah.
I just fold it and shove it through and pull it.
Okay, that's what's taking me so long is I'm not pulling the needle back to make that loop. So I'm having to find pull it off the needle and okay, I got it now. Thanks.
Okay. The other trick is your needle has a groove on one side and it's rounded on the other. If you find that your loop is on the groove side of your needle, switch it around. Meaning, like take your thread right off this needle. Take it right off and thread it in on the rounded side of your needle. So when you push it through and pull it back to loosen the thread, the loop is actually going to be sitting on the rounded side of the needle, which makes it easier to find. Just little tricks. I don't even realize I'm doing them.
Okay.
Till somebody asks.
Hang on. Wait a minute.
move this way so you can see a little bit.
Okay. Oh. Hang on. Mm. There. Right on. There. Done that.
Tracy,
Yes.
I've come short on the inside one.
Your thread?
Yeah. Now
How
how do
long? How long is your outside thread?
like this long? I don't know how it happened, but it happened this way.
Okay. I gotta get closer to my computer so I can see. Just, how short is your inside thread?
Very like an inch, 2 inches.
Okay, leave it there. Just take another piece of sinew.
Yeah.
You don't have far to go. You don't probably only need like this much. And just lay it there and continue sewing. So you'll have two tails. You'll end up with two tails sticking up here. So just lay a piece across there and continue on sewing. But you'll end up with two tails on the inside. Leave about 3 inches, 2 or 3 inches. And just because it's on the inside, it doesn't matter. But your outside thread is long enough that you can finish.
Okay, so when I put this back through with my awl, then this piece that I'm adding, right?
Yes.
I just use this after to put through the hole and then back and forth again.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Tracy,
Yes,
I broke my needle.
you broke your needle.
Yeah, I was just going to town.
Do you have a spare needle in your awl?
No,
Really? Does anybody have a spare needle that,
I got those other ones there, one crooked and one, I don't know what that one's for.
use the crooked one?
Yeah,
Yep, you can use the crooked one. Just when you're sticking it in, it's just going to be a little bit awkward, but you can use it. I've used them before.
jeez. Oh, we're just zooming. Stuck inside there.
So the ones who weren't here left because they didn't have an awl, they were gonna watch the video after. Should I tell them to come back so that they're here this afternoon when you do all the measuring and stuff?
Yes.
Okay. I think it was just Pam. So I see Harmony still here.
Denise said she was supposed to be in the class too, eh?
Yeah, but I guess she wasn't aware of the date. It was my fault for not saying it was going to be today. And she just, she already booked something else for today, and then she has to work the vaccine clinic tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So I'll let Pam know. What time should I tell her to come back at, like 1?
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So I'm at the end here again. I got one more stitch to do. One more space. I'm just going to push my needle in that last corner. When I pull it back, that little loop that stands up there that I thread through, pull that thread all the way out of your needle. Pull it right out of your needle. Your needle will come out with no thread, and your 2 threads will be on the inside. Leave about 4 inches. Cut them off there, and leave that like that. And we will deal with those ends when we sew around our ankle.
Tracey,
Yes.
I'm on my second side of the first ankle. This is the what I have left, and I have this to sew. Is that okay?
Oh, I gotta get closer to my computer. So you have.
Well, this is all of my sinew I have left, and I still have like this to sew.
How much on the inside do you have?
Oh, lots.
Switch them.
Okay, how do I do that?
Okay, push that in as though you're making a stitch, your needle. Push it in. Before you pull it out,
Okay.
before you pull it out, now pull that thread as though you were ending it. Remember I showed you how to end it?
Just
pull-
pull it right through, right?
Pull it, yeah, pull it right through that little short piece, pull it through, but don't take your needle out. Leave your needle in
And then thread the other one in.
and thread the other one in and pull it out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just swapping your threads. So now you'll have lots to sew with on the outside, and I'm pretty sure it's long enough to make it to the top. Your bobbin thread, your inside thread.
So how do I do the loop in here once I thread the new part through?
How do you do the loop?
Remember how, when you go in, then you're supposed to loop it right on the inside, push the thread through the loop, and then you pull it out, right?
Well, right now, what you've done is you swapped it.
Yeah.
So go ahead and make another stitch.
And, okay, so swapping it kind of just secures it.
Yes.
Is that
So yeah,
Okay,
so
gotcha.
make another stitch and just pick up that little short one on the inside, and that's what you're going to loop through. And if that ends up being too short, just take another little piece of sinew and you lay it in there. Like you would push your needle through and just put this one in. If your other one is too short, but I don't think it will be. I think it'll be fine.
Tracy,
Yes.
those other two needles doesn't have no holes to thread the thing.
No, I was looking at that. They have hooks, eh?
Yeah,
But
so I can't do no more.
hmm.
I
Are
gotta
we
wait.
gonna be using these all needles like throughout the day, or is it just for the sole?
Just for the sole.
Okay, I can take my needle up to him. I'm almost done my second one. I just got like 2 more stitches.
Okay, sounds good.
Let him borrow it.
I have 2 needles that were in my all bag. Like I had 3 altogether.
The other one it's like looks like a crochet hook though.
Yeah. Yeah, the two
Okay.
that are in mine have their hooks instead of needles.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Hank, I'm at the wellness center with Mary Lynn and she has an extra needle you could borrow.
Okay. Because I'm almost done my second sole.
Yeah, you're probably further along than anyone. So if you want to just go grab a needle from somebody, you won't be far behind.
Well, I think they said Maryland. She's almost done.
Louisa too said that she's probably done now. 'Cause she said 2 stitches like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm done now.
It's pretty strong, that stuff. Eh?
Yeah. It's not that bad. You know? Who am I supposed to go and see? Tracy?
Hank, it's
Yeah.
Gwen. I'm at the wellness center. Come up here. We have an extra needle for you.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know where you were. You're gonna go
Okay.
to Maryland.
So you're on your way.
How far along are you, Paige, with your second sole?
I'm right at the tip.
Oh, okay. So you got halfway to go. Okay. All right.
I'm still halfway of my first one.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what, Sally? As long as you can get the first one done before we
1 o'clock?
yes, before
Yeah.
we start cutting our vamps in that, that'll be good.
I think what was happening with me was that I was, instead of going through the whole loop, I was going through half the loop. So that was part of my problem. So now I got it, figured out better. And my stitches look a lot better now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so I'm moving a little bit quicker.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Tracy,
But I-
on my last stitch.
Yes.
So do I end up threading this other piece through the loop or just pull the loop through?
Pull the loop through so that your ends are on the inside. So your last stitch is not actually looped through anything. It's just coming through on this side. So if there's no more questions, it's almost 12:15. I'm just gonna go grab a quick bite and I will be back in 15 minutes if you have any other questions. But I'm gonna wait until closer to 1 o'clock before we start on the cutting out the embroideries, because I want you to get at least one of these done so that when we start the puckering, you'll be able to follow along with the puckering. So I will be back. If you don't have any questions, I'll be back in 10-15 minutes. Oh.
Do you sell just the needles themselves, Tracy?
Do I? I I don't think I have any spare. Yes, I do. I think I do have a couple of packages of spare needles. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They give me one, but it's half the size. It pushes into that machine there I went and bought off you there to do this.
Okay.
It's not long enough. The one that Marilyn gave me.
Does it work though? Are you able to
No,
work?
what happens? It pushes in, goes into that where I put it into that little device there.
Yeah.
Well, when I put it in there, I tighten it so that to make it longer. But as soon as I push it into the letter, it goes more in. I can't use it. It's no good.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Louisa, are you still there? Can Hank use yours?
Hello?
Hi, Louisa.
Hi.
Can he use yours?
My needle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the whole thing.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm at home. Do you want me to bring it up or?
Where are you?
I'm at Casey's.
Oh, okay. Just down below.
Yeah, the log house
Yeah.
on
Okay.
Whispering.
Okay.
Okay, Tracy,
Yes.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
I've only got maybe a few inches left of the inside, like the bobbin, I guess you'd call it. How do I switch it now?
Okay. Put your needle in as though you're going to make another stitch.
Okay. All right.
And pull it back a little bit so that your loop is up.
Okay.
Okay. Pull on that loop. Pull all that thread right through.
Oh my goodness. Because I don't even think I'm gonna have enough to finish it. Yeah, because it's only like I have maybe about 2 inches of the bobbin part left.
Oh, okay. It's the inside thread.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Leave that thread on your needle. Pull your okay. You know your loop?
Yeah.
Just stick another thread in there. Get another little chunk of thread.
Okay.
Just put the end in the loop and continue on like that.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah, that should work.
I hope so. Okay, so you want me to put it as if I'm going to use it as my bobbin?
Yes.
Do I tie it?
No, leave about 2 or 3 inches hanging on the inside.
Okay.
And just continue on sewing.
Okay, I think I got it.
Okay. Is that your first one, Sally?
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Okay, good.
Shit. I should be there by 1 o'clock.
Okay, yep. I'm gonna wait till 1 o'clock.
Okay, I got both soles done now. Tracy,
All right,
I'm good to go.
good, good.
I'm just gonna step away too for a minute to get something to eat. I'll be back.
Sure. How's everybody doing? I feel like I'm sitting by myself. I haven't heard anything.
I'm almost I've almost finished the first one.
Oh, good. We got about 5 more minutes and then we're gonna start on our embroideries. I hope everybody had a chance to grab a little bite to eat. But we'll get going at 1 o'clock. I don't want to get too far behind.
Ow!
Oh,
I just poked myself.
Ouch, are you okay?
Yeah, third time today so far.
Ouch.
Band-Aids are handy.
I'm right at that heel part there where they try to get inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I am. So
Band-Aids are handy in your sewing basket. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. Has everybody completed at least one rubber sole on your moccasins?
I just got a couple more stitches to do and then I'm done one.
Okay. Everybody else is done at least one?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. For those of you, we're gonna wait for Sally for a minute or two. For those of you who are sitting and waiting, you can thread your needle. When you're working with this thread, never go more than like a shoulder's length in length, doubled, knotted, and waxed. I cannot stress enough about how the wax, beeswax on this thread is just so beneficial. It keeps the thread from fraying, knotting. It protects it from UV, so it's not going to
We
snap.
can't hear you.
Sorry. It
We
protects your thread from UV rays so that your thread won't rot or get sun damaged or break. So I know a lot of the beeswax is very hard. That's why I keep mine under a lamp. It just makes it nice and soft and pliable. I get lots and lots of wax on my thread when it's soft. So it's very, very important to wax your thread. You're going to see how well it works when it comes time to pucker. So never go more longer than this, like just a little bit past my shoulders. Doubled, knotted, waxed. You will need a ruler, preferably an 18-inch ruler, but if you don't have it, a 12-inch ruler will probably work just as good. Paper, scissors. And a pen. Why do I not have a pen? Oh yeah, pen. But I just want to take a minute and go through what's in your kit. So you had your soles with the rubber, you had sinew. You should also have a sheet of embroidery, 2 vamps, 2 ankle pieces. This is what we're going to be working on next. There was 2 needles and Coats Coven thread. It's a cotton thread, not a synthetic. This is all I use to sew. I find the synthetic threads twist and twirl and knot and stretch and do all kinds of weird things when you're sewing with hide. So I always use a cotton-based heavy duty thread. This is, they call it button craft thread. It's a nice thread. That's provided in your kit. Your lining is on synthetic Sherpa lining. You should have 2 rights and 2 lefts of these pieces. 2 rights, 2 lefts. That's your foot.
He told me, I said, do you have leather?
You should have-
This is gonna work really good.
And you should have 2 strips, probably with a measurement written on it. This measurement, you need that when it comes time to cut out your embroidery, the ankle parts, because that's the length around your moccasin, your ankle. Mine is 15 3/4. So there's that. And you should also have a photocopy of your vamp in your paper. the past 2 years, I've been kind of streamlining my patterns and my, because of all of the kits that I've been doing. So your vamp will say, mine says ladies size 7 and size 8. We're not going to adjust them. The difference between a size or two is very, very, very small. It's not going to make a huge difference in the size. So don't,
I'm wondering why I don't have everything that you're showing, but that's because I have a Mukluk kit versus a moccasin kit, correct?
yes.
Okay, that's what I was confused about. I'm like, I don't have that. Okay.
In the Mukluk kits, is there a photocopy of your vamp?
No.
I didn't do a Mukluk kit for myself. Is your embroidery like this, 2 sheets? Can you show me? Okay. Okay. So.
What size do you need, Amy?
Mine's 11, or sorry, 10 female, but she put on there, I think 11, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mary Lynn has a 9-10 vamp.
Yes.
Would that work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Who else didn't get a vamp pattern?
Check yours.
Check your Mukluk. I'm sorry. I must have been just one of those things that I totally missed when I was putting the kits together.
I don't have one at Sally.
Are you doing Mukluk, Sally, or are you doing
Yes, Mukluks.
You're doing Mukluks? Okay, what size are your Mukluks?
9.
9?
Yes. I just have I have this little thing.
I gotta get closer, I can't see. Oh, okay. Yes, you should all have that. It's just a template for your, for lacing up in the back. Okay. Is there someone near Sally that can trace out a vamp size 9?
Whether it's Mukluks or moccasins?
No, it would be the same vamp patterns, same vamp patterns, just the same size.
11.
Do we need that for this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay.
I got a 9-10.
Loretta has an 11. I didn't get a vamp with my Mukluks. It's Mabel.
Yeah, see, I missed all of the Mukluks for the vamps.
I will use Loretta's.
Size ladies 8 and 7.
I got a 9 and a 10.
Yeah, but yours is a men's, I think, eh?
Yeah, mine's
Yeah.
men's.
Yeah.
Sorry, my computer died. What does everybody need?
I need a 9 vamp.
You got a 9 here.
Okay,
Can you photocopy that, Gwen? I'm at the health center. Can that be photocopied? And then
Yeah, we're tracing one out for you.
Oh, thank you.
So Sally, if you want to come down as well.
yep. I'll
That's
come
all the
down.
center.
You're at the wellness center?
Yes.
Okay, I'll bring something to trace it with.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
X. Yeah.
Can you hold on for a few minutes, Tracy, while I run down there?
Yes, and you know what? I can, I have a photocopier in that. I can email it to you.
Okay, if you want to email it, yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run next door to get it from Gwen.
Oh, okay.
I'm literally across the street, so.
Sally, do you have a photocopier at home?
I have a printer.
Printer, okay. Hang on, let me just grab a copy of that. Technology is wonderful. And again, I apologize for missing these in the Mukluks.
That's okay. This is a little
No
bit
worries.
of catch up.
Sally, what's your email address?
It's Sally Dokis, all one word, all lowercase, at yahoo.ca.
Spell Yahoo for me.
YAHOO.ca.
C-A. Okay. I'm just going to scan this and then I'm going to email it to Sally.
Great. So I can go ahead and thread my needles.
Yeah, go ahead, thread your needles, get that ready. Is there anybody else that's missing a vamp that we need to send to, or?
I will take one too for Mabel, Mabel.
M-A-B-E-L.
Dokis.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Dokis.
Dokis, okay.
At gmail.com.
Gmail.com. What size, Mabel?
I have a ladies 11.
Okay.
Wow.
Actually, if you want to, Tracy wanted to send both of them, maybe we can come, I can print it out here.
Well, does Mabel not have a?
Do you have a printer?
No, not here at my mom's.
Okay.
If you want to send both of them to me, if Mabel wants to come up and get hers at my house, I can print both of them.
Okay.
That's up to you.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
You watch.
Oh my God.
Okay, Sally, I'm on my way, hon.
Just waiting for the email, Mabel.
Yeah, I'm just attaching it here. I need to clean up my computer. Oh my God, I got lots of stuff. MA. Right there. Okay, I sent it, Sally.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Just out of curiosity, those who have Mukluk kits, did you get a pattern in there for the leg part?
Like this?
Hang on, let me see. I can't see.
Like embroidery or?
Well, it should have been a paper, but okay, show me your lining again. The top part, the leg part of your lining. The leg parts.
That it?
Yes. Okay, that's why. That's why I did that. Now I'm getting confused because we got moccasins and we got mukluks here. But that leg part of your lining has to be traced on paper.
Okay.
We could even use the lining itself. We could even use the lining. And I think that's what I did was I didn't include the pattern for that because I said, well, there it is right there in the lining. Like we only need the height and we need the curve.
And I got this as well.
Yes, that's your foot part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I trace that as well?
No, just that leg part.
Okay.
So remind me when we get to the ankle part, when I do that section with the mukluks, that's the part that we have to do separate from the moccasins. How you doing, Sally? Did you get your vamps?
Oh, yeah.
I should, you know what? I should have asked earlier because we could have did all of this during lunch. Note to self, I'm gonna go through my kits beforehand. What lunch?
Okay, what did I miss? I was busy with Mabel. I got these.
Okay, did you print off your
The vamp? Yep.
Okay, so let's go from here then, now that everybody's got a vamp pattern. You can go ahead and cut this out. Stay on the outside of the line. Stay on the outside of the black line. But you can go ahead and cut your vamp out.
Oh,
Fold your pattern in half lengthwise. Fold it right in half lengthwise. Somebody looks like they're talking, but I can't hear them.
Do you want me to, do you want us to cut out the little notches on the top on the?
No,
Okay.
you don't need to. No.
Okay.
Is Mabel back home now? Or
She
should we?
walked in the door.
Okay. So cut out your pattern, stay outside the black line, and then fold it in half, right in half lengthwise.
So for my 10, my vamp is 9, 10. So that will still be okay?
Yes. So we are going to just cut out our vamps. We're not going to worry about this right now. We're just going to do the vamps. So when you're doing your vamp, we need to find the center. And how you do that is from this, oh, move my camera. So from this embroidery line to that embroidery line, I have, well, everybody's might be different, but I have 3.5 inches. So half of 3.5 is 1 3/4. I'm going to put a little tiny mark right there, right in the center. That's halfway. And you're going to do that on the other side. Should be the same distance, but from there to there is 3.5 inches. Half of 3.5 is 1 3/4. So whatever your measurement is, find the halfway point and put just a little tiny mark there.
And so we could do this for the mukluks as well because they're longer pieces, right?
Yes.
Not short, it's a long piece. We do that here too.
Yeah, see, mukluk piece, okay. Okay.
Or should we just kind of do this tomorrow? Like, I don't know what is best for you.
Okay, we're gonna muddle through this with the moccasins and the mukluks. This should have been 2 separate classes, I think. But we're gonna muddle through it anyway right now because everybody's here. I just have to keep in my head that my instructions right now are moccasins. As soon as I do this, then I'll do mukluks.
Okay, so we'll wait for you then. The mukluks people will wait
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah, so just hang on. So as soon as I'm done with the moccasin ones, then we'll do the mukluks. Okay, so if you have a long ruler, I think even 12-inch might make it. You put your ruler on that little mark and this little mark, but right in between here, just like I'm just going to make a little mark right there and one right there. It's not right off the embroidery. Can you see? Excuse me, it's just up. It's not right close. It's about a quarter, not even a quarter of an inch up. But I just wanted 2 little marks because we need to know the center of our embroidery. So if you put a ruler on this little mark and that little mark, then you know that this is center, that little mark and that little mark.
Did you say 1 3/4 and 1 3/4?
Measure from this embroidery to this embroidery and find halfway. Put a little tiny mark halfway.
Mabel, she's doing moccasins, not mucklucks right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those of you that have mukluks, just wait until I do this one, and then I'll show you how to do the mukluk one.
Right, Adam and Loretta both have moccasins here.
Okay, yeah, so this is moccasins right now. As soon as I'm done this one, then I'll show you to do the mukluk one. So the moccasin one, from that mark at that end to this mark at this end is a straight line between the embroideries. Put a mark here and a mark there. It's not right on my embroidery, it's just above. See my marks? So I know that there to there to there, that's all straight through my vamps. Now with your folded pattern, if you line up your fold with that and kind of, well, I'm gonna extend those marks just so that they hit my pattern, my vamp. So with your pattern folded, and if you line it up here and here, you know the distance centered, but you need to know the distance from how far up and down to put your pattern. So what I do is with my pattern down, you can see I'm not even measuring it. I just need like this much space. And I'm going to put a little line here with my pen on my pattern. Right there, it's the top of my embroidery. So that's going to determine how far up and down to put my pattern. So with that lined up in the center fold, this lined up in the center fold, that's lined up with the embroidery on the top. I'm going to open my pattern without moving it. And I'm going to trace that out. Now from here, I want to give it a little look to make sure that it's centered. I'm just going to put this back on here because it's not quite centered. I want to move it just slightly over here, but I'll know when I cut it out. So that looks pretty good. So because we put a mark here at the top of our pattern, so you can see it there, I'm going to carry that over to this side. So again, you fold your pattern in half, it's marked at the top. You line that up with your embroidery. You line your fold with that mark. You lined your fold with this bottom mark. Move that over. Right there, everything lines up. That should be, open your pattern. And trace that out. And that looks pretty good. Any questions? When the moccasin makers, when cutting out your vamps, do not cut past here, like over this way. So I'm going to stay on this side and I'm going to cut my vamps out. I don't want to cut any more than I have to on this side. So I'm staying right away. I'm just cutting out my vamp. I'm not making any deep cuts into, I'm not making any deep cuts into this side because you need that for your ankle pieces. So once you're satisfied with your vamp traced out, everything looks good, go ahead and cut it out. And if there's any basting thread or any threads on your embroidery that shouldn't be there, you can go ahead and pull them and cut them off. See, I had a big thread there. You can go ahead and clean up but that's my vamp. This is for a size, what am I doing here? Size 7. Okay, Mukluk ladies. The Mukluk ladies only. I'm going to show you. You will need a straight pin. Any needle, really, not just a straight pin, but any needle will do. Because your embroideries have your vamps side by side, and you have a front leg piece that kind of goes up, we're just going to concentrate on the vamp. So the same thing here. You measure from the bottom of your embroidery here to the bottom of your embroidery over here, and you need to find the center. You can go ahead and put a little mark there because you're not going to see that little mark. But to find the center up here, anywhere on that embroidery, you could measure straight across. So I'm going to measure mine from here to here. Sorry, my finger's in the way. From here to here. I just need to know what the center is somewhere up here. So I'm going to measure from the outside of my embroidery to the outside of my embroidery here. And just take a pin or a needle and put it right in the center. So that would be right here. See my pin? I put a pin in this. Oh, I just stuck a pin in there because you don't want to mark on your, sorry.
I have chalk. Can I use a chalk and just mark it off then?
Yeah, don't do it too dark though.
Okay. Maybe I'll use the pin. Okay, forget it.
But I just use a pin. I just stick a pin. There's a pin in here.
When I'm measuring the bottom, Tracey, like, would I kind of like put around here? Or would I measure closer to the leaf? Like, would I start here to measure for the vamp?
Oh, okay. If you look closely at your embroidery, you can actually see where the two are separate.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So go right down to there.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Actually, that's what I want you to do. Excuse me, you to do is draw a straight line right across there. You can see your embroidery where the vamp is separate from the leg. Draw a line straight across the whole thing. And the reason for that is I don't want you to put your pattern any further back than that.
So you want us to use a pen to draw it right across?
Yes. Can you see the embroidery where
It
one
splits?
yeah, one was a vamp and the other one is the leg?
Yep.
Draw a line straight across. I don't want you to encroach your pattern past that line. And this again is just for the Mukluk people. Hang on, I gotta see. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Let me see, Sally. I can't really see the line, but it looks good. Yes.
I did it in blue.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, it looks good.
Okay.
So the same thing here is you put your pin in the center of your vamp. And what this pin does, if you line up your ruler with that pin and the mark that you made, that gives you your center. So put a little mark at the top up here. Don't go real close, just up somewhere up here. You just need a little mark. That gives you your center at the top and your center at the bottom. Now.
Okay, I don't have like you want, I've got them, like you said, the middle where we put the line.
Okay.
Now you want it from the top down to where the line is center or all the way down?
No, measure your embroidery. Where am I? Okay. See, I'm going to measure across here. Doesn't matter where, anywhere up here. Measure straight across.
Okay.
And find the center. And you can use a pin because you don't want to mark in the middle of your vamp. Just stick a pin right in the center, right there.
Okay.
So now if you take your ruler and line up where your pin is and this back mark, you can see that center, your pin is center, so put a mark this way. Put a mark up here above the embroidery. Okay, I'm still working with the Mukluk people. When you put your pattern down, it's going to be the same thing. You're going to fold your pattern in half. You line it up with that center line at the top, and this center line at the bottom. See how my pattern's right centered? Your line, your pattern might hang over your line like maybe 1/4 of an inch. That's okay. But I don't want you to go past that line. Do you know what I mean?
So for instance, mine, it will encroach down here.
Okay, you're going to move your pattern up.
So I would just move it up. Okay.
Yes. If you move it up,
I would have to move it up quite a bit.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But you're how far over at the bottom are you?
So if
Are
I
you
that, I'm cross this line by maybe a little less than half an inch.
a little less than half an inch? I don't want it to go more than a quarter of an inch. Okay, so you know what you know what? The top of your pattern here, Amy, the top of your pattern, put it right to the top of your felt.
Okay.
Mark a line where it intersects with the embroidery, because you need it on both sides the same. But that line across the bottom, I want you to cut that straight off. Don't worry about the bottom.
So I'd be cutting this
The
there.
line, not the pattern, cut the line.
What do you mean cut the line?
The line that you drew across, separating your vamp from your leg, cut that right off. Cut it now.
Like with
Cut
scissors.
straight across. Yep, cut straight across.
Right.
The back of it, Amy. I think I can see like a straight line, like on the back of my pattern.
Yeah.
I can see a straight line where she's talking about the separate vamp, and the leg piece. I think that's how I'm understanding.
Yes, I want you to cut it straight across.
The vamp.
Yeah, put a ruler on it, draw a line and cut it straight across. We're going to separate the two right now so that nobody makes a mistake.
Me too, do this? Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right.
No.
The thing about, yeah, go ahead, cut it straight across.
Yeah.
The thing about moccasins and the thing about sizes, well, I'll tell you, the difference between a size 7 and size 8 is like 1/8 of an inch.
Huh.
So I will end with this.
Very good. Yes.
All right.
So now that you have that separated and there's no chance of you encroaching on the leg part, I want you to go ahead and put your pattern down. And I know your pattern is going to kind of fall off the bottom there. That's fine. But move it up as far as you can on the felt. Make a mark where your embroidery intersects just so the other one will be exactly the same.
What do you mean make a mark? Like with a pen, make a mark?
On your pattern.
Oh, on my pattern. Gotcha.
Yes. See my pattern? It has a little mark up here. I drew a line where that's where my embroidery intersects with my pattern.
Oh, that it starts, you mean? Okay.
Yes, at the top, because I need to know when you're placing patterns, you need to know how far up and down and how far side to side to put it.
So do we need that divot, the bend? You're saying just to cut it straight across. Now do we add the bend that you have at the bottom of your vamp?
No, don't worry about that right now.
More for the Mukluks?
No.
How much of a space, like where you want the mark at the top of your pattern, how much do you want, 1/8 of an inch or just above the embroidery at the top?
Put your pattern on your embroidery, Sally.
Yep.
And with it folded in half, you can see how much of it your pattern's going to hang off your felt. So you might want to move it up a little bit. The other thing to keep in mind is you have to look at your pattern on your, is it going to start?
See?
Okay, let me see. Oh, you got all kinds of room. Did you cut your? Oh yeah, you got all kinds of room.
Oh, lucky you, Sally. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I do so many kits and so many embroideries, I have to kind of generalize everything. But yeah, Sally, you got lots of room. So like 1/8 of an inch from the top.
Okay.
You're good. Yeah. Go ahead, center your embroidery, trace it all out.
Okay, trace it out.
Always take a look at your work. Once you've traced it all out, take a look at it. Make sure it's centered. Because once you cut it, there's no going back.
We're in it now, Adam. Like that. Looks like I have 2 more feet that way. Okay. Want to facing each other?
Let me see.
Okay. That's what you do.
So once you take a look at your embroidery, your trace out, and you're happy with everything, everything looks nice and centered. It looks like it's gonna be okay. You can go ahead and cut it all out. So from this point, once the Mukluk people have their patterns traced, everybody's gonna take instructions from here on out for the rest of the day. Because
That's dangerous.
we're going to do our puckering under this flap.
So I cut these out now.
Excuse me. We're going to start our puckering. So you can see how this vamp went on. So, and this is what's left. You're just going to put this aside. You can see that I did not cut. I only took the vamps out of here. I didn't cut anywhere else. I want you to put this aside. Don't throw away any scrap off of this, because the men's sizes, the bigger sizes, you will need to use some of this scrap. So we'll just put this aside. So you have your 2 vamps cut out. They look good, nice and even.
Nice and even.
So in your kits, you have a bunch of strips in your kits. Those of you that are doing Mukluks, the first thing I want you to do with your strips is pull out the 2 longest strips. There's 2 big long ones. I think they're like 36, maybe 40 inches long. Those 2 strips, I want you to take them out and put them aside. Those are the last pieces that you sew on your Mukluks. Put those long ones aside. Now for everyone, You should have. Am I missing one?
I have the Mukluks and I have 4 pieces that are
Yeah. that's-
that with the pinking shears there. I have 4 pieces with the pinking done with the pinking shears.
So take the longest two.
Take the longest 2.
Yeah.
Take the longest 2, and they should be narrow. They should be approximately 1 inch wide. They're narrower. There's 2 really long ones that are approximately 1 inch wide by 36 inches long. Take those 2, put them aside. The ones that are left over, some of you, they might be like super long, but I want you to find in your little bundle of strips, there should be 2 or 1 long one where they're actually wider than the others. This is 1.25 inches wide. This is 1 inch wide.
That's for moccasins, right?
It's for both.
Okay.
Both. So these 2 pieces or 1 piece, sometimes it might be 1 long piece, but usually 2 piece. But it's 1.25 inches wide. Take those 2 and put them aside.
I have 3 that are 1 inch wide and one that's 1 1/4.
Yeah, me too. I have one that's bigger than the other 3, like wide.
Is it about 35 inches long?
Yeah, it's the longest one, I think.
Just put that off to the side. The 1.25 inches, put it off to the side.
My 1.25 inches is one of the shorter ones.
Yeah, mine too is a little bit shorter.
Yeah, put it off to the side. If it's 1.25 inches, put it off to the side.
Even if it's not the longest one?
Okay, I'm gonna do the Mukluk people. You have 2 long strips that are 1 inch wide. Put that aside. The 2, they're 1 inch wide, and it's really long. It's like 38, 40 inches long. Put those 2 aside.
The 2 longest ones.
Yes. The ones that are 1 inch long.
Okay. Because now I have a 1 inch one left and a 1 1/4 or 1 1/2.
Oh, okay. So now the ones that are 1 1/4 inch wide, take them out and put them aside.
So I'm only left with 1.
Okay.
Same here. Same here.
Yeah, that's the one that we want. The moccasin people, you'll probably have 4. Moccasin people will have probably 4 strips that are 1 inch wide. Out of your 4, just kind of put the ends together, like the straight pieces. Just take the 2 longest ones, put those ones aside. So you're left with the 2 shortest ones that are 1 inch wide. The Mukluk people are left with 1 piece that's 1 inch wide. I want you to cut yours in half.
Lengthwise, you're saying?
Yes, lengthwise. Yeah, fold it in half, cut them in half.
What is that? The 1 1/2?
No. The piece that you were left with that's 1 inch wide.
Yeah.
Fold it in half.
Okay.
And cut it. Cut it in half.
Across or lengthwise?
Lengthwise. Like, so you end up
Straight
with two
out?
pieces. You're gonna end up with
Okay,
two pieces.
And is that for the Mukluk people or the moccasin? Sorry.
That's just for us Mukluk people because we didn't have as many left over.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
So
what
we-
you, what
so I
you're
just
left,
cut this in half.
how many did you end up with, Sally?
I have three 1 inch one and 1.5. So this is the last one, the shortest of the 1 inch.
How long is it?
I would say about 36, a little over 36.
And it's 1 inch wide?
Yeah.
Cut
That's
it in
the,
half.
okay, that's the shortest one that I have left.
Yeah, cut it in half.
Okay.
So from here, you should have two 1 inch pieces. Not very long. They're long enough to go around your vamp. That's what we wanted. 1 inch wide to go around your vamp. This is, so that's what you should have. So we got our needle and thread ready. Get your thimble. Your leather. And you will need a small ruler with centimeters on it. We're going to be working with the centimeters, not the inches, centimeters. If you have a flexible measuring tape, that's fine too. You need to be able to measure 3/4 of a centimeter, which is like from here to there. You need to be able to measure 3/4 of a centimeter. So we're going to start. So now everybody should have their needle threaded, waxed, knotted. Take your moccasin foot, the one that's already sewn. You need to find halfway. So you'll notice that there's a little point here on the ankle. Match up those 2 points right there. And just kind of fold it along until you get to the top. You need to find the top center. So there's my top center. I'm going to just make a little mark on the inside. There's my top center. I made a little mark. So we're going to start puckering. So for the first fold, you're going to fold it backwards. See, this is the outside of my moccasin. This is the inside. I'm going to fold it backwards right at that mark, that center mark. You're going to make one complete whip stitch at a 1/2 centimeter in from the end. This is the end. My needle went through. My needle went through 1/2 centimeter in.
That's at the front.
The front center with that folded backwards. This is folded backwards, see?
Fold it backwards. Can you show me again? So the sole would be inside?
Yes,
Okay,
it's folded backwards. There's my center mark. I'm a 1/2 centimeter in from the end. There's 1 stitch. And I'm gonna go through it again, right beside. Glover's needles, tell you, Glover's needles are sharp on 3 sides, 1/4 of the way down. So if you were to push this needle through the same hole, it would cut your thread. So never sew through your existing stitch. I went right beside it. So when I pull on it, my thread's not breaking, it's not cutting, but there's 1 complete, like a stitch, and then I went around again on the edge.
How far in, or you said half inch in, you said, or half
1/2 centimeter.
And then when you went over to stitch again, are you going on the inside of your first stitch or the outside?
I went on the outside.
Okay.
Right beside, but don't touch it. If you were to sew through your thread, you'll cut it. Pull really tight.
the whip stitch, is that over top of the,
Yes, it's over top of the
the
edge.
leather?
Yes. When I sew, I always say no whip stitches, no whip stitches, no whip stitches. It's not a good tight stitch. This is the only spot where you'll see me do a whip stitch. So now with that done, pull tight, lay out your moccasin, right side out. So there's the center, that's the front center. My thread is actually come out on the left side. You can see my thread is out on the left side. You're going to go through your vamp. I can actually see where I'd made a mark, the center. You can eyeball this. It doesn't have to be absolutely dead center. But I want you to go through your vamp. Just off to the left by 1 stitch. In my needle? I'm just off to the left by 1 stitch. Go through there.
What happens if our thread is showing just a tad?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. When you're sewing your vamp, don't go too close to the edge, but you don't want to sew right into your embroidery either. I don't know what that is, 1/8 of an inch maybe. So from here, take your strip. You decide which side you want out. Do you want your suede side out? Do you want your rough? It's always right sides together. So say I wanted the smooth side out. You're going to fold this in half because we're starting at the center, top center. Fold it in half. And I'm going to go through my strip right at the center. So it looks like that.
So if I want the suede part to show outside, then that is on the inside.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. When you're sewing anything and your seams are on the inside, it's always right sides together. So right now, you can check it. I always suggest when you put a stitch or two in something, check it as though it was done. So if I take this and flip it over, there's my smooth side. That's how it's going to look. So I know that that's right. Always check it.
And so this will be in the middle that I put that first, that I put the needle through it, right?
Yes. Yeah, you fold it in half and put your needle through in the center.
So when we come through, up through the vamp, we come through the bottom and then we put that, go through the middle of that strip?
Yes.
Okay, and you said one stitch over, right? From the middle? On the
Yes.
vamp? Okay.
Yes. Just slightly to the left.
I have a quick question with these strips again. Because I'm supposed to cut these like at an angle. I mean, cut them straight.
No, just leave it.
Okay. And then I just like line it up with my thing you said to get to the center.
I got, yeah.
Like this?
Yes. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Carrie's outside picking up an awl for her moccasins. Just give me 1 second.
Hey, you know what she said, like how far in on the vamp that we need to go? One stitch over, but how far in?
I don't know. I missed that part too.
You said like 1/8 of an inch or something.
In on your
3/4 of a centimeter.
Or a centimeter. Yeah. Okay. That's
3/4 of a centimeter.
On the vamp?
No.
On the leather part, when you do the nose of the leather, it's 3
Yep.
in. You measure in 3/4.
Where you do that whip stitch.
And then you do the whip stitch.
And then I think Amy's asking about like on the actual vamp.
On the actual.
I remember she said, don't go too close to the edge, but make sure you're still showing your embroidery.
Yeah. When you're sewing this felt, you don't want to sew like right on the edge so that when you pull it, it's going to rip through. Like there has to be a little bit to sew into, like a seam.
Okay.
So I'm in probably 1/8 of an inch from the edge.
On what, your vamp or the?
On the vamp.
Okay.
And on these welts, how far in do you go?
The same.
Does the lining, like this part here, does that go, which way does it face? Suede side up or down?
That's your preference, whatever you want.
Okay.
Okay. So now this, that means that I'm going down like that. So. Okay, my thread's on the left side of that.
So we should have the bottom, then the vamp, then the welt.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's the way it is. Okay, we're going to start puckering.
Like that. So it
I don't know.
stays like that. So go like that and sew it through there again, maybe twice.
One thing I want to tell you about this strip, when you're sewing something on a curve, you have to give it room for a flip. If you were to sew this like really tight, it would be really hard for you to flip that. So this strip needs room to flip. So what I do is I see how I give it a little bit of room. it's not puckered up. I just push my strip over and I line everything up like this. And you'll notice that my moccasin here is at a 90-degree angle off my vamp and my top. It's not flat. This is flat. It's not like that. You got, puckering is all in the way you hold your material. So if you just move that over just slightly like that, and this sits at a 90-degree angle off your vamp, I want you to go through straight through. I always say when I'm making moccasins and mitts and stuff, I always say that my garment tells me where to put the stitch.
Want this side down?
So from here, excuse me, from here to where my needle came out, that's a nice, nice little hump there. So on the other side, my needle, sorry?
With Mukluks, we don't have that much room though.
Not much room for what?
Like it appears that you have more room at the tip to sew into with the moccasins than we do with the Mukluks, right? Like.
Oh, yeah. No, you're fine.
Okay.
You're fine. The mukluk crepe actually comes up higher here to keep your mukluk from getting snow. So yeah, it is, your crepe does come up higher, but you still got enough room to pucker.
Can you run through that again, please, Tracey?
So you can see that I left my strip a little bit of room for flip. My vamp and my moccasin is 90 degrees right off. Now, what I'm watching here is I'm watching from here to here. That's a nice little hump. Those are what you want all the same.
How much do you figure that would be?
That is a centimeter.
About a centimeter?
Yes. So when you put your needle through, I want you to go straight through, not on an angle to make a centimeter, not back this way, straight in. I know that it's a big stitch on the other, it looks like a big stitch on the other side, only because you've pushed it up like this. So go ahead and pull your needle through. And this is where you measure with your ruler. From where you came out, you can see my thread. That's where I came out. I'm measuring from there, 3/4 of a centimeter. That's less, well, it's less than a centimeter, obviously. You're gonna go through your leather foot only.
Say that again. You're gonna, when you go back, or when you make your next stitch, you only go through that?
You only go through that when you make the next stitch.
Holy Christ, this is gonna be fucked up.
It's not easy.
So the idea here is to get all of this, which is a longer distance than around your vamp. That's why you pucker, is to fit all of that into here. So again, push your strip over because you need room to flip that.
Okay.
You can see how I push it over just a little bit.
Yeah. So this is what you
And
do.
you know how I always say that your garment tells you where to put your stitch? See my stitch inside here? The previous stitch, you can see it. I want you to come up right beside it. Don't touch it, don't. You can actually see the thread there. Yeah, I'm just coming right beside it, back. Pull your thread through and stop your thread here. I always put my finger there to stop my thread. See how I stop my thread? So where that, you can actually see your stitch across here. See that stitch? I want you to push it in and fold it down with your other finger. Hold that and pull. That is a pucker. Just get it all straightened up here.
Practice that more times so that I can get that one.
Pardon me?
I'm gonna need to see that a few more times so that I can catch on to that.
Yeah, yeah. So this is the whole puckering deal here, and your end result is, just going to tell you this before you get too far. This little point and the end of your vamp, those have to meet. So that's what has to be puckered in. As soon as these two ends meet, stop puckering. So I'm going to do some puckers here. Just watch. So I've moved my strip over a little bit to give it some room for flip. My moccasin is 90 degrees off of my vamp. I want my humps all the same size. So I'm going to go straight through. See my humps? They're the same. I'm going to go straight through all three materials. From here, I'm going to measure over 3/4 of a centimeter, and I'm going through only the foot part. From here, I can see my previous stitch in there. I'm going to come back through my vamp and my strip right beside it. Sorry, it's got tangled there. So there's my thread. I want to stop my thread. So this is where you tuck and pull. That little stitch across there, push it in, fold it right in half, push it with your finger and pull your thread really tight, and it will sit right into position. Pull that really tight. And you'll see that my humps are all the same.
Because you're measuring them all at 3/4 of a centimeter.
I'm measuring my dips.
Your dips, okay.
Inside here is 3/4 of a centimeter. Those are my dips. So you have to remember to push over your strip.
The one you see?
Go straight across. Now my moccasin is telling me
She's saying to go through.
that each of these humps has to be the same. So I'm going straight through. From where I came out, I measure 3/4 of a centimeter over, only going through my sole part. And then I'm pushing, my previous stitch inside here. I'm going to go right beside it to come through my vamp and my strip, stopping my thread, my stitch. I'm going to push it in right in half and fold it over with my finger and pull tight. You might have to straighten out your stuff, but pull tight, 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 tight. Don't break your thread, but so you'll see that my humps are all the same size. So I'm still on a curve. I'm going to push this over my strip, pushing it over. My moccasin is 90 degrees off of my vamp.
That's when you measure.
I'm going to go straight through, and I know I'm going in the right spot because I'm looking at all my humps here. I want them all the same size, so I know where to go straight across. Pull that through. Where you came out, measure 3/4 of an inches, 3/4 of a centimeter over. Only stitching through the moccasin. Leaves 1/3 of a centimeter stitch there. If I look at my previous stitch, that's where I'm coming back up through, right beside it, not on it, right beside it. Stop your thread.
3/4 of an inch or a centimeter there. You just go through this part here. Pull it all the way up.
Push that stitch right in the middle, push it and fold it.
As you're going almost all the way,
Full.
that's when you push that, your pucker in.
Right.
And then pull your string as tight as you can, but don't break your thing.
So you can see that my ends, I still have quite a bit to put in there. My two ends, that's what I'm looking at. When those two meet, stop puckering. I'm just on the outside of my curve, so I'm still moving over my strip. You can see that my strip has a little bit of room here.
You gotta go all the way through the other two pieces.
So I know my moccasin is telling me if I want my humps all the same, there's one there, so I'm going to put it through right about there, straight through.
So you don't have to measure the stitch on the top.
No.
It's ending pretty well. Okay.
Because you can see it. You can see them, how they're ending up. It's the dip that I'm measuring, which is this. From where my thread came out is 3/4 of a centimeter. Only sewing through the moccasin. I'm going back into my vamp and it tells me right there's my thread. That's where I'm going, right beside there. Your moccasin is going to tell you where to put all the stitches. Stop your thread here. That stitch that you made, push that down, fold it over with your finger and pull your thread tight, and it'll sit right into place. Now that I'm around the bend of my vamp, I'm not going to be worried about pushing my strip over anymore. It doesn't need any more room. So here again, I know where to go through all three strips because I'm looking at my humps are all the same. So from here, I want my needle to go through right about there, straight across. All three from where I came out, 3/4 of a centimeter over, just the moccasin I went through. I know where to come back because I look at my previous stitch. I go right beside it to come through my vamp and my strip, stopping your thread. It's important to stop your thread. So my little stitch here, I'm going to push that in, fold it, hold it, pull my thread. It pops right into place. And you'll see that my little humps for all my puckers are all the same size. So now I'm going to check my ends. I could probably do 2 more. Each time you make a pucker, you straighten everything out here. You like don't leave it tucked in or fold it under. You straighten it all out. I always pull everything, make sure it's all I'm looking at my humps. They're all the same size. That's where my needle goes through. All three from where I came out. 3/4 of a centimeter over. So all of my little folds are all the same size. So from here, I look at my stitch where my previous stitch, I can see it. I'm going to go right through beside it, stopping your thread. Push that stitch in, fold it over. Doesn't matter how much, just when you pull that thread, it'll pop right into place. It'll sit right where it's supposed to sit. I'm checking my ends here. I could probably do another one. So at the beginning, you straighten everything out. Straighten my thing, I straighten my vamp, I pull this out. It's all in the way you hold it. So I'm watching my humps. I want my needle to come through right about there to be the same, straight across. Doesn't matter how big my stitch is on this side, I want these all the same. From where I came out, 3/4 of a centimeter over is where I'm going to go back in. Only the moccasin part. I'm going to come back through my vamp and my strip. On my previous stitch, I can see it across here. Right beside it, that's where I'm coming back. Stop your thread. Push that stitch. See that little stitch? Push it in, push it over, fold it, pull tight. And there's my ends, my two little ends, my little point, and my end of my vamp are meeting right there. So from here, this is where you can hold them flat. From here, you're just going to do small stitches, straight running stitch, in and out. After about 4 or 5 stitches, give it a good pull so that you make sure everything's nice and tight. Now, from this one last step here before I sew right to the end, because this material is so thick, and we're going to have to come around with our cuff, excuse me, I'm going to cut this back on an angle like that. See how I eliminated that third when I'm going to sew right to the end here, but I eliminated the bulk. So I just cut it back about 1/2 inch up on an angle, like this angle, so that when that turns, it's going to go right up under my cuff. So I don't want anybody to forget that part. Everybody's like really super quiet.
I've been watching you this whole time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still in the beginning.
Same here. I have no clue where to start here.
Okay.
I just don't know what you did after you know where you make your little indent on your leather.
Okay.
What is it called? But what did you do with your string? You like wrapped it around your needle a few times when you pulled it through that one piece of leather?
No. I'm gonna do it again.
You know why when you held it, the string with your finger to keep the loop there?
Yes.
That's where I don't know what you did with your needle. It looked like you like wrapped a knot around it or something.
Okay. I'm gonna do it again. We're gonna start again from the beginning.
Okay.
I'm just gonna knot this off.
You flew through that, Tracy. I didn't catch any of it.
Okay.
I'm not the only one.
Okay, I don't want anybody to get discouraged or frustrated. This
Maybe
is not,
take it step by step with us.
this is not something that you're going to pick up right off the hop.
Are you home on Monday where I can just drop it off?
But now that this part is on video, and that's the best way to learn, is to watch it over and over and over, and then eventually your brain just goes, ta-da, that's the way it's done. But I'm going to do it again on a new one. So just so we have it on video, I'm lining up my 2 points. Everybody's probably done this already. I'm just creeping up to the top here because I want to find my top center, and I can't bend it the other way. So I put a little mark in it. So from here, I'll flip this over because I want to bend it backwards on that mark. So my trusty needle, I'm going to go in. I'm going from this way to this way. There's one. I'm going to go right beside. I always pull my knot out of the way so that I can go right beside it to make one complete whip stitch. Pull that really tight. Then you flip that so it's in the position here. It's off to the left. My vamp is everybody is at that point. So my vamp, if that's center, I'm just going to come up through my vamp just to say it's not center. It's off to the left, just slightly. That's probably too much. I don't know if you can see it. They should color my needles. See where my needle went in? So that's the vamp. It's just slightly off to the left. Now my strip.
Okay, just a second.
Okay.
Can you pull your vamp up again? Just pull it up. Okay, because see my stitch is on the outside of that little. See, I did it wrong already. My little stitch there at the bottom that you have should be on the inside, right?
Yes.
Okay, just give me a second here to. I've got it flipped around the wrong way. That's why.
Okay, go ahead, flip it around. Let me know when you're ready.
And we're supposed to what? Start on the left side?
No.
Like when we're ready to put the vamp on?
Okay, this is center of my vamp right here. I'm going to put a mark here so you can see it.
I see what.
See that center of my vamp.
Yep. I see what's wrong with mine, that my needle is on the right side of that little stitch.
I did that too, Sally, and I just cut my string like right against the leather, and I took the knot right out and I reknotted and did it all over again.
Can I just put another stitch through?
To put the string to the other side?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, just push it through to the other side. So you can see from the center of my vamp that I'm just to say I'm slightly on the left. The reason for that is if you look at my moccasin, see how they line up? If that's center and my stitch is right there, it lines up. That's why I moved it off to the left. So from there, we're going to do our strip, fold it in half. Mine's all wonky here, but the good side is the pinky sheared side. I'm going to fold that in half. Mine is very stiff. My strip is very stiff, but that's okay. I can still work with it. So there's the center. I'm going to come up the center. And it's always right sides together. So from here, if I turn that like that, yeah, that's right. That's the way I want it to look. Okay. I always check. So from here, I gotta make sure I'm watching what I'm doing. This strip is on a curve. So you need to give it room to make that flip. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. See this flip? See how it flipped over?
Yep.
You need to give that strip room to flip. If it was sewn in there tight, you wouldn't be able to turn it over. So how we do that is just push it over just slightly. See how I pushed it over? And I line up my moccasin at a 90-degree angle. See, it's at a 90-degree angle. My strip is moved over. My vamp is all there. I want to make nice humps between this ditch and the next one. So when I put my needle through, it's going to go straight through right there. Whoop. I know it's awkward for somebody that hasn't done this to hold all of these materials the way I'm holding it. I realize that. It's like I said, it's just practice, practice. Pliers are handy. Pull it, all of it through. Okay?
So we would make what, about a centimeter of a hump
Yes.
and then go right through?
Yes, straight across.
Ay-yoy.
So I'm having a hard time keeping it like 90 degrees. Like
Yeah.
once I pull it through, it just wants to go flat.
Yeah. And you'll see me doing this a lot to keep my thread nice and tight so it doesn't get all. Wax is really good because the wax holds your thread in place.
Yeah, it just wants to go flat down.
Yeah, well.
The other thing I'm watching is when you actually put it through the bottom piece, like the sole part, how far down are you actually going?
How far down?
Like,
not sure I understand.
I don't know how to explain it. Like where your thread is coming out right now. How far down is that?
It's like right on the edge.
It's on the edge?
Well, see?
Huh, okay.
It's like 2 millimeters good or something, or a millimeter.
Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter because I've pushed my needle even further down. It doesn't make any difference how deep, how low you go when you push it through. I'll show you on the next stitch, but from here, from where you came out, measure over 3/4 of a centimeter. and only go through the moccasin part, the bottom part.
And like the top part where we're supposed to have a hump on the top, it's not a hump. It's like
Flat.
flat.
Yeah, me too.
I think it will go back hump. Like it just matters where the hole is in the leather, I think.
These little humps, they look like little humps, but they're flat.
Okay, so it doesn't matter for the top.
No, see how they're flat?
Yeah.
They're not sticking up. They're all flush with my vamp.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's misleading when you call them a hump. They look like little humps, but they're actually flush with the vamp.
Okay. Okay, so don't worry about that part then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what else. What else would you call them?
I don't know.
It's just like an indent.
A pleat.
Well, yeah, the insides are pleats. Okay, so this, I'm still on my first stitch here. My thread is coming out of the moccasin part. I know where to come back through because I can see my thread. See my thread? That's where I'm gonna, right beside it, I'm gonna come through the vamp and the strip. That's how I know where to come through, right beside it. This is where I'm stopping. I'm just stopping my thread from going tight in there with my finger. That little loop.
So are we still making like a hump there too? At the back?
That's the next step.
Oh, God. Okay, so we come through the back part.
This, when I stop my thread here, this is where you make your little pleat. Now that my needle's on top, I'm going to, right here, you can see my little stitch that I had done earlier. I'm going to push that right in the middle and fold it over. See my little pleat? This is where you just pull your thread tight.
And then you're going all through all three of them?
The last one, I just went through the vamp and the strip. So that this is one complete stitch, I guess you'd say. So from here, from this where you pulled it really tight and pleated it, this is a next stitch, which is exactly the same as the first stitch. So you line everything up, lining up all your material. I'm going to push over my strip so that I give it room. I'm straightening out my sole so that it's sitting at a 90 degree. It's not a hump. Shouldn't call it a hump. See, it's a 90 degree off of there. And I want these pleats the same distance. So I'm going to go through right here, straight across all three materials, all three sections, all three layers, I should say layers. So there, my strip has room. I've gone straight through all three layers. My little pleats are all going to be the same distance. So from where I came out, I'm going to measure from where I came out. I'm going to measure over 3/4 of a centimeter, and I'm going to go back in just the foot part.
Now just stay there for a minute, Tracy. I think this is where everyone's getting confused. So
Okay.
that show your piece of string in the front, the stitch that you just made. Yeah, right there. That's what everyone's going to be pulling taut, and that's what's going to make your pucker.
Yes, when you pull this little stitch tight, that's what's going to pull that together and make your little ditch. It gets pulled together right there.
That's what I think everyone's getting confused on. That little piece of that stitch, your 3/4 stitch, will be that string. That's what's going to show on your string on the outside of your moccasin or mukluk. Then when you pull it tight, that's what's going to make your pucker.
Yes.
So however long your string is right there, that's what you got to concentrate on, is the length of that string. And then once you pull it tight, then it'll make your pucker.
Okay, I'll just bring mine down to you, Lar.
I'm not even working on it. I just realized why I didn't want to do it again. Why it took me so long to finish my mukluks.
So from here, you can see my stitch inside. You can see where my previous stitch went across. See my previous stitch in there? That's where I'm coming back through my vamp and my strip, right beside the previous stitch. I'm not into my leather here. I'm only going through the vamp and the strip. And instead of pulling, I don't want to pull it tight yet. That's why I'm stopping my thread here. I don't want to pull this tight because I want to take my little stitch, push that in and fold it over like this, then pull tight. That's
I am totally lost.
That's your pucker. How about you, Paige? You got it?
I think so. I just don't know if I'm pulling my puckers tight enough.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Hold everything and then.
Yeah, to fold and measure and do everything, it is a lot. I know that you're not going to really get it the first time, but I can tell you that there's a lot of good puckers in Duquesne. There's a lot of good puckers over there. And I think if you can get somebody to show you for 2 minutes up close and in person, would do you the world of good to better pick it up. So I've just gone through all 3 layers, my strip, my vamp, and my moccasin. I chose to go through there because I want all of these to be the same.
One more question, Tracy.
Yes.
Okay, now, you know, when you finish your pucker and you pull it up through the vamp and everything, how much space at the top of that? Do you go the full stitch as well, like on top? Right where you're going to do your next move.
My next move?
Once you go up through the vamp and the whip or whatever it's called.
The strip?
Yeah. When you go back up, I'll wait for it. I'll wait for you to see what you're gonna do here.
I measured over where I came out. I measured over 3/4 of a centimeter.
Yeah,
I only went through
just the leather.
the sole. From here, I know to go through my vamp and my strip from where my
And
previous,
you're pinching your strip a little bit too, so it buckles a bit.
yeah, it will buckle a little bit. But when you pull that real tight, it should sit right into place.
Okay.
So there is, message just popped up there. This is where I stop my thread because I don't want it tight just yet. I still need to push it in and pucker. So that little stitch that I did, that 3/4 centimeter stitch is what I push in and just fold it over and hold it with my finger. And I'm gonna pull that all real tight.
Okay. Now this is where I'm, your next move right now. This is how I want to know how far. This is where you pucker it a little bit on top and then put it like that 3/4 centimeter almost.
Yeah, I'm not puckering. I just pushed it over so there's a little bit of a hump on this material. I just want to add material on my strip so that I'll be able to turn that later.
Go around.
I think what you want to know is where do I put my needle in up here?
Yes.
I'm not looking up here.
Okay.
I'm looking over here. I'm looking at these little ditches.
Okay.
And I want my needle to come through right there. See the end of my needle?
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at this ditch, I'm looking at this ditch, and this ditch. I want them all the same. So that's where I determine where that needle's going to come straight through.
Okay.
I'm not looking at the back, I'm looking at the front. I'm looking over here. See, on this side, it's a big stitch.
Yeah.
It ends up being a big stitch, but when you pull that tight, it pulls this down. But this is not the end of the pucker process. From where I came out now, this is where I measure 3/4 of a centimeter over on my sole, my foot part.
Back in up through these two. That's much good.
And then I come through on my vamp right beside my previous stitch. I can see it in there. It's right beside where I'm coming through. Pull that out. I'm stopping my thread here because I don't want to pull it tight just yet. I still have to push this in and push it over to make that little pleat.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, I'm heading down to go and see Gwen. I'll be back. She's gonna show me how, I hope. Have mercy on her soul.
Gwen is good at puckering. She's good at puckering.
Yeah, see, this is my first time, so.
Paige?
Yep.
Yep.
Do you think your recording is going to be up soon, like this evening?
I hope so. I have to wait for it to download and then I have to upload it after, which might take a bit because it is like, what, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 5 hours long. So it might take a good couple of hours to upload.
Okay. Because, yeah, I was just going to say it's 5 to 3. We're done at 3. But if everyone could watch a video over and over about the puckering, it might clue in, because this is what we're going to do tomorrow morning.
More puckering?
More puckering. We have to get this puckering done. And this puckering is the hardest part of the moccasin. Once
Okay,
we
because I think that if I'm with Gwen, like hands-on, like I can, like I'm watching you and it's totally different from like sitting right beside her or something, you know, and
Yeah.
watching her. Yeah, so I should be able to. So that's where I'm headed now. So I'm gonna sign off. We're done for the day. Is that it for today?
Yes, that's it for today. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 10.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow.
Okay. All right, good luck. If anybody needs like a refresher before the video goes up, message me on Facebook and we can kind of do it live Facebook. But at least try, if the video goes up, try and review it a few times this evening so that tomorrow it won't be so confusing.
Tracy,
Yes.
it's Amy. I'm over with Gwen right now. Just had a quick question. So what are we working on tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning, we are going to continue on with the puckering and we're going to turn over our strip.
Okay.
And hopefully that will be done by 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we're going to cut our ankle pieces for the moccasins. And I will end the day by giving some instruction on the leg pieces for the Mukluk people.
Okay, thank you.
So Paige, if you could let everybody know when it goes up.
Yep, I will do that. I'll post it in the page so that people
Okay.
will see it.
But like I said, if you're working on it this evening, I don't want anybody to get frustrated or if you need a little bit of one-on-one, message me. I might be able to do it this evening with you. But other than that, we shall see you all tomorrow morning.
Come on down.
Paige, we're using the same link?
No, I'll send out a new one again tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. We'll see you tomorrow morning then.
Okay. Have a good
All
night,
right.
everybody. Good luck.
Good luck.